started the backup. Okay, we have discussed virtual machine backup, agent backup, and SQL backup. So any question till related to the backup? Okay, so let's share the screen. Okay, so first we'll understand Azure storage account. Under Azure storage account, we will understand a file storage. Okay, we'll understand how to configure file storage in Windows VM, Windows OS. Okay, then we'll understand how to configure the file storage backup via recovery vault. Then we'll understand site recovery. We'll start the site recovery. Under site recovery, we will understand how to configure Azure to Azure DR. We'll discuss a best practices, how to design the DR solution, DR infrastructure. Then we'll understand how to configure on-prem. Under on-prem, like we will discuss Hyper-V today. MS Hyper-V. Okay, to Azure DR. Okay, and next week we will focus to configure on-prem. Under on-prem, we are going to discuss VMware. Okay, to Azure DR. Okay, so we'll start with the storage. So Azure to Azure DR, Hyper-V to Azure DR, and VMware to Azure DR. Okay, so let's start with the file storage. So let's go into the and Azure storage account. Okay, so first we'll understand why storage is required in Microsoft Cloud. So first scenario. Okay, so into the first scenario, we need a storage account, okay, to deploy virtual machine. So when you deploy the virtual machine in your Azure infrastructure, so Microsoft is also using the storage account, okay, to deploy the virtual machine. So if you remember, like initially during the virtual machine deployment, we have discussed two scenarios. Virtual machine, Azure VM with managed disk, Azure VM with unmanaged disk. Okay. So we can have two scenarios when we deploy the virtual machine. Azure virtual machine with the managed disk, where Microsoft will manage the storage account in the backend. And when you deploy the virtual machine with the unmanaged disk, at that time, that scenario, we need to create Azure storage account. Okay. And top up of that storage account, we need to deploy the virtual machine. So we can compare with the on-premises virtualization. Then you will get the more clarity, more idea. So this is my Hyper-V infrastructure or VMware infrastructure. Okay, this is the physical infrastructure. Top up of that, like we are deploying the virtualization layer. We are deploying the virtualization layer. We are deploying the virtualization layer. Okay, so this is the hardware. Server hardware, server hardware, right? And top up of that, we are deploying the VMware ESXi, VMware ESXi. So like all the ESXi require here some shared storage, right? When we deploy the virtual machines, so this is my shared storage. And that particular shared storage is configured with the multiple ESXi, multiple physical servers, right? So this is my shared storage. This is my data store. In term of VMware, this is the data store. Okay. So like when we deploy the infrastructure, when we deploy the virtual machine, at that time only, we are selecting the shared data store. Means I'm going to deploy the virtual machine on shared storage. This is my data store. This is my data store. This is my data store. Okay, so what is the benefit you will get here? The benefit here is like, let's take a scenario. My first ESXi goes down. In that scenario, your virtual machines can access, your virtual machine can be migrated on another physical box, because your virtual machines have created on a shared storage. So we need to understand here like a storage part first. We need a storage, right, to deploy the virtual machine. So if you do not have the storage at the ESXi level, then we cannot deploy the virtual machines. With the same way, when we compare with the Azure infrastructure, okay, into the second scenario, which is Azure virtual machine with the managed disk, first we need to deploy a storage account. So this is my storage account. Azure storage account. So when you deploy the Azure storage account, your Azure storage account is getting deployed with the 4 types by default. You will get the 4 types of the storage. Okay, you will get the 4 type of storage. So out of 4 types, today we'll discuss only the file storage. Okay, file storage. And for understanding purpose, we'll discuss a blob storage. Okay, so Microsoft is offering 2 more storages, storage type we'll discuss later. Okay, now when you deploy the storage account, Microsoft is creating the 4 type of storage, okay, into that particular storage account. So file storage, okay, you can use as a NAS. Okay, so this is your NAS, or we can say this is your NFS. Okay, not NAS, this is the NFS, network file system. So network file system, a shared drive you will get from the storage, and that shared drive can be configured with the Windows machine, it can be configured with the Linux machine, and you can deploy the application, you can keep your actual data as well. So blob storage is recommended for the virtual machine. So when you deploy the virtual machine on storage account, automatically your virtual machine is getting placed into the blob storage. Okay, automatically your virtual machine is getting placed into the blob storage. Okay, so any question till any doubt, any question here into the basic understanding? Any question till? Okay, to get the more understanding, I will demonstrate how to deploy virtual machine with the unmanaged disk with our storage account. Okay, so before deploying the storage account, before deploying the virtual machine, first we'll create a storage account. We'll understand options, okay, and then we'll deploy the VM, and then we'll configure the file storage, and that particular file storage we will access by using that particular Windows machine. So the file storage can be accessible by any laptop, any desktops. You can share that particular drive in your laptop and desktop as well, and you can maintain your data into your file storage. So storage account you can compare with your OneDrive or Google Drive. This is a cloud storage, okay, where we can keep the data as per our requirement. Again, into the blob storage you will get three types. Those three types also we will discuss later, okay, because today we are going to focus on only the file storage. So let's go into the portal. Create one resource group. Now that resource group I'm going to create under the waste us 2, and now we'll deploy one storage account. Storage accounts. Okay, so very first prerequisite to create a storage account, the name of your storage account should be unique, because when we create a storage account we need to provide a name for that particular storage. Okay, so that particular name should be a unique into the Microsoft DNS. So why that account name should be unique? The reason here is like Microsoft is going to generate one link, and via that link we can access the storage from outside. Okay, you can provide the access to your vendor, you can provide to access your application as well. So that application can write a data directly on that particular storage account. Okay, so that's why Microsoft is offering a complete storage account name which will be a unique, and you can access the storage account from anywhere by using the internet. So this is the virtual Visual Studio subscription in my scenario. This is the resource group. Resource group is created under the waste us 2, and now Microsoft is asking the storage account name. So here you will get the complete detail. The name must be a unique across all existing storage account name into the Azure, and it must be 3 to 24 characters long. Okay, and also Microsoft is saying the name should be a content with only the lowercase. Why? Because Microsoft is going to generate one link, one FQDN, okay, with the HTTPS, and that's why your storage account name should be into the lowercase. So if you try with some common name, let's see test. See what Microsoft is showing here. The storage account name test is already taken, means already someone is using that particular name into with the storage account. So the name should be unique. So I'm going to provide here, let's see, cloud techno. Okay, so cloud techno, the location is waste us 2. Why waste us 2? Because under waste us 2 we have created the resource group. Now the next option again is very important, performance. So which performance tier you required here? So Microsoft is offering two performance tier. which is standard and premium. So standard is nothing but it's a normal storage. Okay, so you'll get the normal storage in the backend. So like when you purchase a laptop or desktop, you will get the normal HDDs. So normal HDDs Microsoft is providing into the standard storage. Now when you say the premium, in the backend Microsoft is offering the SSD disk where you are going to put your data on the high-end storage, we can say. So when you configure the storage account with the premium, so you will get the more read and more write speed. Okay, means you will get the more IOPS when you copy the data, when you access your data from that particular storage account. But when you ask me, like, if we configure the storage account with the standard and can we convert it into the premium, so answer will be a no, because your storage performance cannot be changed, okay, once you deploy the storage account. So before storage account deployment, you need to decide what is your requirement and what is your application requirement. Okay, so if you wanted to keep your normal data, or if you wanted to keep your backup data, so in that scenario, you can have a storage account with the standard option, with the standard performance, where you will get the limited performance, limited IOPS. But if you are looking some like high-end storage with the more IOPS, more read and write speed, in such scenarios, you have to select here premium, where you will get the SSDs in the backend. So for the first lab, I'm going to create a storage account with the standard option. Okay. Now the next option Microsoft is offering account kind. So account kind is nothing but it's a version of your storage account. So Microsoft has started storage with the version 1. Okay, so today only we will discuss what is the difference between version 1 and version 2 and the blob storage. So version 1, Microsoft has started with the storage account, and now Microsoft is offering the version 2 as well with the new added feature. So when you select the version 2, okay, we'll get some new extra feature. Okay, and those features are not available into the version 1. For example, when you select the version 1 option, into the replication model, Microsoft is offering only 3 replication models: LRS, GRS and RAGRS. But the moment you change the version 2, Microsoft is offering here more than 3 replication models, where you can replicate your data into the different region, okay, and different physical data center with the different region as well. Okay, different geographical region as well within the region and with the multiple geographical region as well. So we'll go ahead with the version 1, and under version 1 we are going to select here LRS. So what is LRS, what is GRS? Let's understand into the diagram. So let's take an example. You have created one storage account with the name with Cloud Techno. Cloud Techno is my storage account name. So once you create a storage account with the Cloud Techno with the LRS model, LRS. So LRS stands for local redundant storage. So when you write any data into the file storage, when you keep any data into the file storage, when you keep any data into the blob storage, what Microsoft will do in the backend, Microsoft will maintain the 3 copies of your data into the different physical storage and different physical rack. So Microsoft is maintaining the 3 copies within the data center. That's why Microsoft is saying this is the LRS, local redundant storage. In a same data center, like we are going to deploy a storage account into the West US region, right? So in West US region, in a West US data center, Microsoft will maintain the 3 copies of your data. So why Microsoft is maintaining the 3 copies of your data? So if anything goes wrong from the physical side, let's take an example. You have created the storage account and your storage account has created on a physical storage in the backend. So that physical storage we cannot see. We do not have any access to log into the physical storage, right, which is created in the backend. So let's take a scenario. There is an issue with the physical storage. So in such scenarios, Microsoft will recover your data from first copy, second copy and third copy, because your first, second, third copies are maintained into the different physical storage and different physical rack, but in a same data center. So it's clear or any question? Pallavi, Irfan, any question? Vishnu, any question? Samir, any question?
Clear.
Samir, any question? Irfan, any question till?
No, Yogesh.
So you got the concept, right? Why Microsoft is maintaining the 3 copies in the backend?
Yes.
Okay. So now one more scenario I wanted to highlight here. Let's take an example. You're keeping here multiple files, and by mistake you have deleted some files. Okay, from the file storage, you have deleted some files. And when you ask to Microsoft to recover those files from the first, second, and third copy, Microsoft will not able to recover it, because when you delete the files from the file storage, automatically those files are getting deleted from your first, second, and third copy as well. Okay, so this is the synchronization, we can say. This is the replication, we can say. So Microsoft is offering that feature, okay, to maintain the redundancy on the hardware level only. Okay, if anything goes wrong, okay, with the physical storage from the backend, in that scenario only Microsoft will use your first, second, and third copy. Okay, so Microsoft is not giving any access, okay, to see those files. As a user, I cannot see first, second, third copy. Only Microsoft can see those copies from the backend. Okay, so this is your LRS feature where Microsoft is maintaining the multiple copies in a same data center is very important.
Yogesh,
Now, yes.
in this case, if suppose that physical storage goes down, so
Uh-huh.
automatically all the copies, VM copies will shift it to those 3 storage account, and we will get the VMs up automatically, or we need to
No.
raise a request to Microsoft, and again all the troubleshooting we need to do then.
No. See. Let's take an example. You have created the virtual machine on that storage, and also you're keeping some data into that particular storage, and there is an issue from the backend, okay, with the storage, physical storage. Okay, at that particular time, okay, you will not able to access your virtual machines. Okay,
Yeah.
because your storage is not available from the backend. So with the same moment, okay, when you raise a ticket with Microsoft will recover your data from the another copies, from the first or second or third copies, and Microsoft will make sure, okay, to run your virtual machine with the same configuration. Okay,
Okay.
so
Okay.
so till time, okay, you will get the downtime and you will get the impact.
Okay, got it.
Okay, but what is the limitation of that particular feature? What is the limitation? If anything goes wrong with the physical data center, if anything
Yeah.
goes wrong with the physical data center, let's take a scenario like we are going to deploy storage account into the West US and we are going to use LRS. If let's take a scenario, my complete West US data center goes down, then Microsoft will not able to recover the data because the complete data center is down, right?
Exactly. Yes.
So yeah, so for that Microsoft is asking to use a next option, which is GRS. So when you configure the GRS, Microsoft is maintaining the 3 copies in a local data center and 3 copies into the different physical data center. Okay. So what is the benefit you will get here? Means Microsoft is maintaining the multiple copies your out of data center as well. So if anything goes wrong, Microsoft is the responsible to recover your data from different regions. So you got the clarity or any question between GRS and LRS?
Yeah, it is clear for me.
Is clear. Irfan, any question from your side? Vishnu, any question from your side? Samir, any question?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, Yogesh, no any questions right now.
Okay. Okay. So this is the GRS, and now Microsoft is offering the one more option, which is read access geo redundant storage. So when you compare with the third and second, into the third scenario, into the second scenario, Microsoft is not offering any read access on your second copy or third copy. But into the third scenario, Microsoft is offering the read access as well. So let's take a scenario, you selected RAGRS, okay, and there is an issue with the West US data center. There is an issue with the West US data center. So you can repoint your applications into the your another region with the another copy, but you will not get the write access. You will get only the read access. You can read the data from the application. Your application can read the data from the backend, but your application will not able to write any data on that particular storage account because this is a read-only copy. Okay. So if you ask me, like if we deploy a storage account with the LRS and can we change the storage type? Yes, we can change the replication model anytime. Again, one more point I wanted to highlight, which is very important. When you configure the GRS, so Microsoft will maintain the copies into the different data center. So that particular mappings are already configured at Microsoft end. So there is no option to select your own choice data center. If you're asking me, I wanted to deploy my primary storage account into the West US and secondary into the Central US. No, Microsoft has predefined a physical data center peering in the backend. So when you create a storage account with the West US 2, automatically Microsoft will select a configured peer, and with that particular peer, Microsoft will create a secondary copies of your data of your storage account. So there is no option to select a secondary data center in any scenario. Microsoft will select automatically at Microsoft end only. Okay, but that particular option can be a change, okay, anytime. So when you ask for the costing, so your LRS is a very cheaper compared to GRS and RAGRS. RAGRS is a costly, and compared to your GRS is a very costly, and compared to GRS, your RAGRS again is a costly, because into the third scenario, Microsoft is offering the read access as well, okay, which is not available into the second scenario. So let's start with the LRS. I will show you how to change the replication model after deploying the storage account. Let's go into the next option. So into the next option, Microsoft is asking a connectivity model. So connectivity model is also very important. So do you want to expose your storage account over the internet? If yes, then we have to select a public endpoint. So public endpoint is nothing but all the networks, all the internets can access your data. Okay, so anyone can hit on your storage account, anyone can download or upload the data if you provide the permission on the storage account. But your storage account will be accessible via internet because you have configured your storage account with the public endpoints with the all networks. Now there is a second option, public endpoint with the limited access with the selected network. So let's take an example. Let's have one scenario. I wanted to share some data with my particular customers. I have 3 customers. So in such scenarios, I can select a specific network, okay, which is provided by my customer, and that particular storage account is accessible by particular customers only. Means your storage account is a publicly accessible, okay, but only 3 customers can access your storage account when you select the public endpoint with the selected network. And now there is a one more option which is showing grayed out, which is private endpoint. Why it is showing grayed out? The reason here is we do not have any VNet created, that's why. So if you wanted to configure the storage account for only the internal purpose, what is internal? My requirement here is my storage account should be accessible from only the Azure virtual machines. My storage account should not access via public endpoint with the all network. My storage account should not access via public endpoint with the selected network. My storage account should be accessible via only the virtual network and with the only virtual machine. So in that scenario, you need to define a private endpoint. And once you define the private endpoint, your storage can be accessible via only the internal network, internal Azure network, okay, which is your VNet. Okay. So this is the default routing which Microsoft is offering here. Okay. Go to the next option. Okay. So into the next option, again, you will get a data protection option, and under the data protection option, Microsoft is offering the soft delete for blob and soft delete for the containers, soft delete for the file share. So soft delete is nothing but like recycle bin. Okay, you can configure the soft delete, and if you delete some data from the storage account, okay, if you delete the data from the file storage, so Microsoft will maintain that particular data 7 days, okay, as a soft delete. Okay, so you can increase or decrease as per your requirement. So why those options showing grayed out? The reason here is we have selected version 1 because version 1 is not offering all the features. If you wanted to use an advanced feature, then you should select here version 2 option. Okay, here version 2, then you can have all the features which Microsoft is offering. Then you can enable the versioning as well. Okay, you can keep a same file with the same name. Okay, you can have multiple files with the same name with the same data by using the versioning for blobs and change blob for the feeding as well. So you can maintain here all the modifications, creations, tracking as well. Okay, so let's go into the next option. So by default, Microsoft is offering the secure transfer, which is HTTPS. When you disable, means you are accessing your storage account by using the HTTP. So this is the default option where you are accessing your storage account with the HTTPS. So what is shared access key? We will discuss later. Okay, you can generate the keys, and those keys can be a share with your customer. Those keys can be a share with your vendor to access your storage account. So that particular scenario we will discuss later. This is the TLS version, which is 1.2. So Microsoft is offering 1.0, 1.1 and 1.2. So as per your requirement, application requirement, you need to select the TLS version. Okay, so I'm going to select the default version, which is 1.2. And let's create a storage account. Okay, so storage account we have created, and now we can see the storage account. See, go to the storage account option. See, this is the storage account, which is Cloud Techno. Okay, so let's go into the storage account, and under the storage account there is an option as an overview where we can see all the details, all the properties of your storage account which we have created. So I have created storage account under the resource group. This is the status, primary, which is available, location is west US 2, subscription ID, performance which we have selected, which is standard, replication model we have selected LRS, and account kind we have selected as a version 1. Now, as we discussed, when you deploy a storage account, Microsoft is offering 4 type of storages. So this is the containers. So containers is nothing but your blob storage where you can deploy the virtual machine. Now I will demonstrate how we can deploy the virtual machine into the blob storage. So Microsoft is offering the file share as well. So file share is nothing but your NFS file share. Microsoft is offering the table storage, and Microsoft is offering the queue storage as well. Okay, so we are going to focus today on file storage and containers. Okay, I will demonstrate how we can configure the file storage into the virtual machine. Okay, and how we can configure the backup of the file share. Okay, because into the last week we have started the backup, right? And we are pending with the backup configuration with the file share. So what we'll do now, I will demonstrate few options from the storage account. Okay, like I will demonstrate how we can change the replication model. See, now currently we are running with the LRS. My storage account is running on LRS, where my data, okay, we are keeping into the waste US, but my requirement is now a GRS. So let's go into the configuration. See, as we discussed, we cannot change the performance tier, okay, which is showing grayed out. So we can change the replication mechanism LRS to GRS, and let's save. Okay, so LRS to GRS we have configured, and now we can cross check into the overview tab. See, into the overview replication model, it is showing GRS. See, primary is available, secondary is also available. What is primary here? West US, and okay, and secondary will be the West Central US. So Microsoft is maintaining the multiple copies, means 3 copies Microsoft will maintain into the West US 2, and again 3 copies Microsoft will maintain into the West Central US. Okay, if anything goes wrong with the West US 2 data center, Microsoft will be the responsible to recover your data from the West Central US. Any question till any doubt? Any question till? Yeah.
I have one doubt, but we can't change the performance tier and account kind.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
after creating the storage account, if you want our IOPS is increasing, then we can't change the performance tier.
Right. Performance tier we cannot change. That's why you need to do the sizing before deploying the storage account. Okay. You need to do all the homework, okay, before deploying the or before designing the infrastructure.
And why is the blob storage is the recommended for VM deployment? Is there any benefit than this whole storage account?
Yes. Blob storage you can consider with the SAN. Okay, let me have here one more clarity. See, when you compare a cloud storage, okay, Azure storage, right? As we discuss here, right? Microsoft is offering 4 type of storages, right? So this is the 4 types, okay, which Microsoft is offering. But when you compare with the on-premises infrastructure, okay, storage, right? So into the storage, Microsoft is offering, sorry, into the on-premises we have normally 2 type of storages, right? SAN and NAS. SAN, NAS, right? So again into the SAN you will get the multiple types. You will get the 3 types. FC SAN, FCOE SAN, and iSCSI SAN. Okay. And this is NAS box, okay. So you need to compare your containers, your blob, okay. So Microsoft has a rename here, okay. It was blob, okay, earlier. This is blob, okay. So your blob is nothing but your SAN, okay. So obviously that SAN you're getting from the FC as well, FC only, okay. And your file share is nothing but your NAS box, okay. So the NFS, network file system, you are getting from the NAS storage. So when you see the performance, you will get here low performance, and with the blob storage, you will get here high performance. That's why Microsoft is deploying the virtual machine on only the blob storage. Okay, that's why Microsoft is deploying the virtual machine on the blob storage only. Any question till? Any doubt till?
Okay, no.
Okay, so let's go into the portal, and what we'll do, we'll deploy the one virtual machine because we required one virtual machine to configure the file shares. Okay, so quickly we'll deploy one virtual machine.
Yogesh, whenever we are creating storage account, so
Huh.
by default, how much space we are getting to store?
So there is no limit. This is the unlimited. So when you put the data, automatically the storage account space is getting increased from the backend. There is no limit.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So go to the virtual machine here. So during the file storage, you need to configure the quota. Okay. But when you talk on a blob storage, okay, there is no limit actually. There is a limit, but you can have very huge data. Okay. So this is subscription. This is my resource group, which is DC 1000. Okay. Now I'm going to create one normal machine, which is app server. App server with, let's take a scenario. We'll have 2K16. Let's take a 2K16. With B2S. B2S. App server. Windows 316. B4MS. Select. Okay, so now we are going to deploy virtual machine with a standard SSD. Okay, so if I select here premium SSDs or if I select here standard SSDs, in that scenario, I will not able to deploy the virtual machine on our storage because my storage account is getting created with only the standard option. My storage account is not premium. See, the selected disk type is not supported by unmanaged disk. Why? Because you have selected your storage account and your storage account is a standard one. That's why I'm going to select here normal HDD because my storage account is also standard. And now I'm going to select the storage account. Okay. So before deploying the virtual machine, I wanted to demonstrate here one more option. Go to the storage account. This is Cloud Techno. And under the storage account, go to the containers. And under the container, there is no data. There is no virtual machine. Okay. So once we deploy the virtual machine, Microsoft is going to create one container. So container is nothing but it's a one directory. And under that directory, Microsoft will keep the VSD files. So let's go select here Cloud Techno. This is my storage. Next. Networking default. Okay. We are not going to change any networking here. Auto shutdown not required. And let's create the virtual machine. Okay, now we have deployed the virtual machine and now we can cross check into the storage account. So let's go into the storage account. Storage accounts. This is a storage account which is Cloud Techno. Now go to the containers. Under container, Microsoft has created one VSD file, one directory, and that particular directory is nothing but my container, which is VSDs. And under VSDs, Microsoft has created one VSD file. So this is the VSD file of my server, which we have created, which is app server. Okay. So now when you deploy the virtual machine with the unmanaged disk, means you are managing your storage account and you are managing your disk. Microsoft will not manage your infrastructure. Okay, so performance you need to manage, everything you need to manage at your end. Okay, so Microsoft has created a virtual disk on a blob storage. Microsoft has not created the virtual disk in a file storage. Why? Because blob storage is recommended for your data and your VSD files. Okay, so let's go into the virtual machine and try to log in the virtual machine. Go to virtual machine, app server. This is the public IP. Okay, so this is the virtual machine, and now we'll understand how we can create a file share. Go to the storage account. Go to the file share and create a file share. Okay, so when we create a file share, okay, we need to configure the quota. So share 1. See, this is the maximum quota, 5120 GB. Okay, is around 5 TB. So I need here only 50 GB. Let's create. Okay, so now we have created the storage, which is my file storage. And again, there are multiple ways, multiple options to deal with your storage account. We can copy data by using the portal. We can copy the data by using the command line as well. So those command lines we will discuss in the next classes. And we can have, we can use the storage explorer as well, which is default utility which Microsoft is offering. So there is option where we can upload the data. See, upload the data, upload the file on a storage account. See, let's upload. So now I have uploaded the file on a file share. Okay. Now, like people are not uploading or downloading the files from the portal. So what people are doing with the file share, people are accessing that particular file share from the Windows machine, from the Linux machines. Okay, so how we can access it? So let's go to the connect option, and Microsoft is offering here 3 options: Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. So you can map your share into the Windows machine, Linux machine, and Mac OS as well. So now we have Windows machine. and that particular share can be a map, okay, which will be a network share. Okay, so we need to provide one network drive later will be the Z drive. And now authentication method, authentication mechanism. So we can use Azure Active Directory as a mechanism. We can use a storage account keys as well. Okay, so in next classes I will demonstrate how we can use the Azure Active Directory mechanism for the authentication and how we can use the access keys. But here by default Microsoft is offering the access key. So this is the access key to access your storage account. Okay, I will demonstrate how we can generate those keys as well for the time being. Okay, so let's copy and let's go into the PowerShell. Okay. Okay, so credentials added successfully, and now it is showing here drive is mounted on server. Okay, let me cross check into the machine. Go to the, okay, see, now this is my C drive, this is my D drive, and this is my share. See, this is the file, okay, which we have copied from the we have uploaded from the portal. Now I can create here folder data. Under data we can have the multiple files. So you're keeping your data on file storage. Okay, file 1, there are multiple files. Okay, and that particular data can be accessible by using the portal as well. Let's refresh. See, this is the data directory, and under data directory we have created the multiple files. Now we need to understand how we can configure the backup of that particular file share which is pending, right? So how we can configure the backup of that particular file share? Again, same thing, I need to create a recovery vault. So let's deploy the recovery vault. Create a recovery vault. Vault 1. Next, and create it. Okay, so let's go into the vault and configure the backup. Go to the backup option, backup, and now I'm going to configure the backup. So my workload is running on Azure, and I wanted to configure the backup of the file share, Azure file share. Okay, let's go to the backup, and now select the storage account which we have created. Now we have created the Cloud Techno, which is my storage account, and under the storage account, once it is selected, then we need to select the required file share as well. Okay, now add the file share. So I wanted to configure the backup of my share 1, which I have created on a network file system. say okay. Backup policy, I need to create a backup policy which we have discussed last week. So backup policy needs to be created here. See, file share. Backup policy. Okay. So you can define the time, you can define the time zone as well. Let's see, I'm going to define here IST time zone. Okay. So retention, I need a 30 days retention. With the same way, you can have weekly backup, monthly backup, and yearly backup. Okay, and let's enable the backup. Once it is configured, then we need to initiate the backup. Okay, so backup is configured. Now refresh, and we can see here configured backup. Okay. Go to the file storage. Oh, sorry, backup, and we can initiate the backup now. So it will maintain 1 month, 30 days. Okay, as per the retention policy. So we can track, okay, the backup jobs. Okay, so backup job is completed now. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll delete the data. Okay, simply we'll delete the data. Delete it. Okay, and there is no data. Okay, there is no data into the recycle bin as well, and we'll try to restore from the backup. So go to the portal, vault, backup, and restore the share. So select the restore point. This is the latest restore point. And now we can have two options here, original locations or alternate locations also we can select it. So let's select the original locations, overwrite, because there is no data. Okay, we can overwrite as well and restore. And now we can see the data into the shared directory, shared one. See, now we can see the data. This is the data directory with the files, and this is the JPG file which we have uploaded. Okay, so this is the way where we can create a storage account. We can deploy the file share, and we can configure the file share backup by using the recovery vault. So any question till any doubt?
Yes,
Any
Yogesh, I actually kind of skipped a part. Can I share my screen and you can let me know the
Yes.
options?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, please. You can. Yeah, you can share the screen.
Okay, 1 second. Okay. So हमने जब storage account बनाया उसके बाद we created a virtual machine. ठीक है?
Right, right.
And then हमें we had to select a specific option there. So मैंने ये basic details यहाँ पे डाल दिए हैं for virtual machine
Right.
in the same location.
Right.
Now I need to understand the options here in the disk part. यहाँ पे आपने जो बताया था I missed that part.
Okay, okay. So now can you please open the one more tab? Okay.
Okay.
Now let's go into the storage option. Storage which you have created. Okay, let's go into the storage. Okay, now you have created the storage account with the standard performance, right? So standard performance का मतलब क्या है कि in the back end Microsoft is using the standard HDDs, normal disk, okay, which is not SSDs.
Okay.
So when you deploy the virtual machine on that storage account, you have to select only the standard disk only. So that particular storage account is not supported with the SSDs. Now select the SSD, standard SSD or premium SSD, and select your storage account. Let's scroll down. Let's scroll down. Go to the advanced option and scroll down again. Okay. Select the use a manage disk option.
Use the manage disk option.
Yes, yes.
I can't really find that. It's not allowing me to select the grayed out.
Okay, okay. So let's close and try to redeploy the virtual machine.
Okay. Can I just change this option from here?
Yes, yes, you can. Yeah, yeah. Just select the standard HDD and let's try. And let's try to check again. Okay, availability. Okay, okay. Use the manage disk again. Still, it is not giving that option, right?
Right.
Okay,
That's where I got a little bit confused.
Okay, so let's close and try to recreate once. Okay.
Okay.
I believe you created storage account with the version 2. That we need to check. Okay.
Okay. I have the storage account here, and it says version 1.
Version 1 only. Okay. GRS. So you create with the GRS. Okay. Let's try.
So DC 100.
Deploy the virtual machine.
Availability zone will be no redundancy.
Say availability zone not required.
Right.
availability zone you selected, right, last time? That's why that
I
option
think
is
I
showing it.
did not. Not sure.
Okay.
Okay. Disk.
A standard HDD.
HDD.
And let's try to change the option. Just scroll down, go to the advanced tab.
Okay,
And
now
now
I'm getting the option.
yes, because last time you selected some availability option, that's why.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So from here, I just need to select the manage disk option
Yes.
and then
Yes.
move on for the virtual machine
Yes,
creation.
yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right.
Okay.
Anji, thank you, Yogesh.
Okay. Yeah. So let me share the screen now.
Sure.
So any question till? Okay, now we have restored. Okay, so how we can delete the backup job? So first we need to stop the backup. Okay, before that I need to change that particular policy from the backup option, because by default Microsoft is keeping all the data 14 days in the as a soft delete. Okay, so go to the properties, go to security settings and disable that option. And now let's go into the backup job. Stop the backup, delete backup data. So this is my backup job. This is the backup job name. Any reason you can select here and stop the backup. So once you stop the backup, then you can delete the backup job. Okay, so the operations completed successfully. So there is no backup job. Okay, refresh. There is no backup job. And now simply we can delete the infrastructure. Okay, so let's delete the complete infrastructure. And we'll, okay, so it is locked, so we can check the logs into the logs. Okay, let's delete the complete log. Okay, so what is log, how it works we will discuss later, and we can delete the complete resource group. Okay, so we'll discuss the next point. So any question till any doubt into the basic options of the storage account, file storage, how to create a file storage, how to configure with the Windows, and how we can configure the backup. So we are pending with the storage options. Okay, so we are not completed the storage options. So we'll try to cover today site recovery. Okay, and into the next classes we will understand storage options as well, like how we can copy the data, how to generate the secure link, okay, to download and upload the data. So all the options we will try to cover with the multiple scenario. Okay, so let's start with the Azure to Azure site recovery. And we'll understand here how we need to design the infrastructure. So this is the agenda. Site recovery. How to configure the Azure to Azure DR. Okay. Now, like people are deploying the infrastructure into the Azure cloud, right? So let's take up example. I'm going to deploy my infrastructure into the East US. So this is the Azure East US. So the complete infrastructure is running. Okay, my services, my servers, my website, my applications are running from the Microsoft Cloud, and that particular infrastructure is deployed on on East US. Like if you remember into the networking, we have discussed some hub and spoke architecture, right? So what is hub and spoke architecture? There is a one hub VNet. Okay, there is a one hub VNet, and we can have multiple spoke VNets as well, and those VNets are configured with the hub VNet with the peering option. So into the hub VNet, my network components are running. Okay, hub VNet. So let's say firewall. Okay, firewall is running here, and now this is my prod. This is my test, and this is my development. This is my development. Okay, so the infrastructure is running here. Virtual machines are running. Some storage accounts are running. Some SaaS products also running. Okay, into the data center, into the my East US tenant. Now, so as per compliance, like we should have a DR of that particular site. So why DR is required? So if anything goes wrong with the East US data center, okay, you will get the impact with your applications. Okay, so that's why compliance team is saying like to run the business, okay, to get the maximum uptime, to get the 100% uptime, we should have a DR of the infrastructure. So if anything goes wrong with the physical data center of Azure, okay, my application should not impact it. In such scenarios, we need to configure the DR of the our tenant. So the DR can be created into the different region with the different region. So let's take an example. My infrastructure is running into the East US. So that DR can be created into the West US. DR can be created into the Central US, and I can expect here maximum uptime from my infrastructure, because I'm running here very mission critical applications, websites, applications, web applications, my billing applications, payment portals, everything is running in under the East US data center. So I wanted to create I wanted to configure the DR of that particular infrastructure. So what is the thought now? Okay, into the first scenario, there is no on-premises infrastructure. Everything is running on Microsoft Azure. Everything is running on Microsoft Azure. There is no physical data center you have. Okay, so that's why we are going to deploy, or we are going to configure the DR on Microsoft Azure only. So this is Azure East US. Okay, so let me change. Instead of Azure East US, we will configure here West US, Azure West US. West US, and DR will configure with the Azure West US 2. or let's say Azure Central US. Okay, Central US. So what you need to understand before configuring the DR, like how it works, okay, and how we need to design and how we need to configure. So do you have any idea of the DR? Any idea of the DR of the physical data center, how it works?
Yeah, it is disaster recovery.
But how it, like how we need to configure it? Any idea? Any thought on DR side? Yeah, it's a disaster recovery, but there are multiple scenarios. You can have a primary and secondary site. Okay, you can have online DR, you can have offline DR, right? So now today we are going to understand offline DR. Okay, so offline DR is nothing but my DR site will take some time to initiate the DR. Okay, so we are not going to configure or we are not going to talk on an online DR where my waste usage goes down in the same time my central US will take the first priority and all the users will hit on my central US data center. No, we are going to discuss the offline DR. So offline, under the offline DR we need to work on two more objects, which is RPO and RTO, recovery point object and recovery time object. So recovery point object is nothing but which point you are going to use to recover your infrastructure. Okay, because RPO people are using as a 15-minute, means every 15 minutes your infrastructure is replicating into the another site. Okay, so if you maintain, let's say 2 hours snapshots, means you have the multiple points, right? So which point you are going to use during the recovery? Okay, so you have the latest point, which is your 15-minute before point, right, during the recovery. And RTO is nothing but how much time you are going to take to reconfigure your application or to bring your services. Okay, so your RTO can be a change, RTO can be a vary as per your application to application. So let's take a scenario like there is a one application and that application require 1 hour to start the services. In that scenario, RTO will be a 1 hour. Okay, but RPO will be the 15-minute, means the moment you are going to failure from your primary to secondary, you are going to lose a 15-minute data. Okay, and you need to have the agreement with your client or your business, like during the DR we are going to lose 15-minute data. So if you do not sustain the 15-minute means a 15-minute losing the data in such scenarios, you should have a online DR. So when you talk on online DR, again we need to club the multiple Azure services like traffic manager. Under the traffic manager, we need to configure the primary and secondary site. Once primary goes down, automatically all the requests are getting routed into the secondary site. Okay, so it's completely depend on the requirement what you wanted to configure. Okay, so into the online DR there is no concept of RPO and RTO. Okay, so you need to work on 3 layers. Okay, let me have here one more diagram. So this is my East US, or this is my primary site, and this is my DR site. This is my DR site. Okay, so into primary site again same architecture we need to use. This is my front end, this is my front end, which is my hub VNet. Hub VNet. All the networking components are deployed here. So this is my hub VNet. Okay, Now in the back end, now we have multiple VNets. Like I have a production. Okay, let's take a single VNet only. So this is the production and this is the management VNet. I configure here only. This is my management VNet. Okay, so this is the production VNet. E192.168 1.0/24. This is the management VNet, MGMT VNet is 192.168, let's say 2.0/24. Okay. Now under the production, we have 3 servers. This is my web server. This is my application server and this is my database server. So this is a 3-tier architecture, we can say. This is my web. This is my application server. And this is the database machine, DB server. So I wanted to configure the DR of that particular infrastructure. Okay. And under the management VNet, I'm having a multiple management servers like Active Directory. Like we have here Active Directory. Okay. Now into the DR, again I have the same infrastructure like hub VNet, okay, where my network components are deployed. The same management VNet I need to deploy here as well. Is I can use here management DR underscore management underscore VNet. Okay, which is, let's see, 192.168 3.0/24. Okay, 3.0/24. Now again I'm going to deploy here one more Active Directory server, and that Active Directory server is nothing but this is my extended domain controller. This is my AD. So I'm not going to configure a site recovery on Active Directory server, which is not recommended at all. Okay, so I'm going to configure a replication between Active Directory at the Active Directory level, okay, by extending the domain controller. So how it will communicate? So your 192.168.2.0 192.163.0, how it will communicate? Because your primary location is West US and secondary location will be the Central US, right? Central US. So what you need to do, you need to configure the VNet global peering. So this is the VNet peering, you need to configure it. This is the VNet peering. VNet peering. So once you enable the VNet peering, okay, between two VNets, automatically your Active Directory will communicate with each other. Okay, so this is the real-time synchronization. If anything goes wrong of the complete data center, so still you have the updated users, IDs, password, everything you have here for the authentication purpose. So we are not going to configure the site recovery on Active Directory, which is not recommended at all. With the same way, we are not going to configure the site recovery on a database as well. So every time Microsoft is asking to use the native replication tool for the database. So any question till in doubt? Pallavi, any question? Vishnu, any question? Samir, any question from your side?
So योगेश इसका यूज केस सिनेरियो एग्जैक्टली क्या होगा ये वाले
इसमें
सिनेरियो में?
या ये वाले सिनेरियो में क्या होगा कि जब आपका वेस्ट यूएस डाउन होगा कंप्लीट डेटा सेंटर, सो ये पूरा यहाँ पे इनिशिएट होके आपका बिजनेस स्टार्ट होगा, मींस ऑल द सर्वर्स आर गोइंग टू स्टार्ट इनटू द सेंट्रल यूएस.
And this is not through the hub and spoke architecture.
No. See, hub and spoke is the architecture which we are going to use with the specific region. Means
Okay.
आप यहाँ पे hub and spoke यूज करने वाले हो. See, ये दोनों भी यहाँ पे कनेक्टेड है by using the peering. By using the peering. Okay, but internally आपका जो नेटवर्क चलेगा, so this is the internal network. ये जो नेटवर्क है, ये जो VNet peering है, so for that Microsoft is using the backend network. ये जो नेटवर्किंग है, ये जो पेयरिंग है, ये राउटिंग आपका फ्रंट एंड से नहीं होगा, ये बैक एंड से होगा. Okay, with the VNet peering, and by using the VNet peering, your AD and extended AD can communicate with each other, right? क्योंकि जब आपका ये पूरा वेस्ट यूएस डाउन होगा, जब ये सारे सर्वर्स यहाँ पे इनिशिएट होंगे, ओके, सो हाउ योर ऑथेंटिकेशन will done, right? For the authentication you should have active directory, right? अगर आपके पास यहाँ पे active directory ही नहीं है तो आपका ऑथेंटिकेशन कैसे होगा, right?
Okay.
So any question till?
No, I'm good, okay.
Okay, so the same production VNet I am going to configure into my DR site. So dr prod VNet. So dr underscore prod underscore VNet 192.168. Let's see 4.0/24. Okay. Now, what is the recommendation from Microsoft? Don't configure the site recovery on database. So during the fail or failback, might be your database can be corrupt. Okay, that's why we need to enable the real-time synchronization between your primary DR server, primary DB server, and secondary DB server. So the same thing I'm going to configure here. I'm going to configure here database server, okay, and again you need to enable the VNet peering between production as well. So this is VNet peering. This is VNet peering. Okay, so by using that peering, your database will synchronize with each other. Okay, it will synchronize. So this is a real-time synchronization. Okay, now what is next? So into the next scenario, we are going to enable the site recovery manager on web server and application server. Okay, we are going to, because actual data you are going to write into the database, right? So you are going to enable the site recovery manager option on web server and application server. So if anything goes wrong with the West US data center, your web server and application servers will be deployed automatically into the central US data center. Okay, so your infrastructure is getting failure from West to central US. because waste use data center is not available at all. Okay, and with the same way you can run your business as it is, okay, into the another region. So what is the benefit you will get here now? The benefit here is no need to power on all the virtual machines, no need to run all the virtual machines into the DR side 24/7. This is the benefit. So when you compare with the traditional DRs into the traditional data center, okay, DR data center, you are keeping the same hardware, you are keeping the same virtual machines in infrastructure with the 24/7 running, right? So into the cloud DR, no need to run the virtual machine 24/7. During that failover, Microsoft will spin up the virtual machine into the DR location where you are going to save the cost of your DR. Okay, तो जब आप ट्रेडिशनल DRs देखते हो, so you are keeping the same hardware, same manpower, same cooling into the another site as well. But into the cloud scenario, you are not going to run all the servers 24/7. Only the required servers you are going to run, right? Like Active Directory, like your database. Those servers are required to maintain the updated data, okay, to maintain your authentication mechanism, okay. And that's why we are going to configure the site recovery manager on web server and application server. If anything goes wrong, when you trigger the failure, automatically those two servers are getting created into the DR location. Okay, so unless and until you're not initiating the DR, you are not failing over. So till time all the data Microsoft will maintain into the storage account. So all the disk of your web servers and application server are getting replicated, synchronized with the storage account with the raw data. And when you initiate the DR, from that particular data, Microsoft will spin up the virtual machines. So any questions still? Any doubt till into the concept? Samir, any question? Vishnu, any question?
Hello, Yogesh.
Yes.
How that will happen is how this web server and application server will be replicated on this DR site.
Yeah, so those servers will be getting replicated by using the site recovery option, site recovery feature.
Means we need to configure this on
Yes.
web and applications.
Yes. We need to configure on web and application server. And once you configure, then you can fail over and fail back. So this is a one more concept from the DR: fail over and fail back. Fail over means you are moving your infrastructure from primary to DR. Fail back means again DR to primary. Let's see, after 1 day, after 2 days, my waste US data center is running now. Okay, then simply you can fail back.
No, but if this site suddenly goes off, how this will work? How that will replicate it?
No, data replication will happen every 15 minutes. आपका जो डेटा रहेगा, आपका जो वर्चुअल मशीन रहेगा, वो every 15 minutes it will replicate here. Okay. Database is going to replicate, synchronize the actual replication, because you are going to have here one more copy of your database, right? So from the database side, you are not losing a single copy or single entry, because this is the real-time synchronization, right?
Yes.
So again, one more point: you are not keeping any data here. You are not keeping any data here. As a user, see, as a user, you're requesting, okay, you're hitting on your web server by firewall, means आपका जो heat आ रहा है, वो आपका heat कहाँ पे आ रहा है? पहले firewall पे आ रहा है. Then via firewall you're hitting on web server.
Yes, right.
Via web server you're accessing the application, right?
Application.
And application is writing the data into the database.
Yes.
Okay. Any question till? Any question, any doubt till? Okay. So the database side, you need to maintain by using the native tool. If you are using SQL, then you need to use always on. If you are using HANA database, then you need to use HANA replication feature. If you are using the Oracle database, then again you need to use the Oracle tool only to replicate your Oracle database from one server to another server. Okay. Now let's go into the portal and try to design the same infrastructure. Okay, so one more point which is very important, DNS, because after failing over, your IP addresses are going to change, right? So how that application will know, like my database is database IP address is let's see 4.10. So those changes you need to do on your application level after failure. Okay, so those changes you need to do, and again we need to do some changes into the DNS as well, because you're into the Active Directory, you having all the entries with the old IPs, okay, old host name. So those entries needs to be changed, and once you change those entries, automatically your user can hit on your application as it is. So let's go into the portal and let's try to configure the web server here, and we'll understand how we can enable the site recovery on web server and how we can do the failure and failback. So go to the infrastructure resource group. Okay, let me delete the infrastructure, existing infrastructure first. Okay, let's create a new resource group. So we'll deploy the resource group with the DC. Okay, and the DC resource group we are going to deploy under the WestUS2. Let's create, and let's configure the VNets. One more resource group we required here for the DR. This DR resource group under Central US. Okay, now this is my DCA, this is my DR. DC is running into the West US2, and DR we are going to configure into the Central US. So let's create a two VNets, DC and DR. Virtual machine. Sorry, go to the VNets. my DC. So DC hyphen VNet. So as per diagram, we'll use the same IP address 192.168.1.0 and 4.0. 192.168.1.0/24. See, this is the option endpoints, right? You need to select your storage account, and then only that particular subnet can use your storage account. Let's create it. Let's create a one more VNet into the DR location. This is my DR, which is created under the central US. So DR VNet. So DR VNet is nothing but my 192.168.4.0/24. Add subnet. DR subnet. Okay, so now we have configured two networks, two VNets we have configured into the DC and DR. Now we are going to deploy the virtual machine into the DC location, which will be my web server. So DC web server, Windows 2K12 R2 with the B2S. B2S. Select. Okay, now I am going to enable the IS as well, because I am going to run here HTTP. So standard SSDs, networking, I'm going to use our network, which is DC-VNet, which is 192.168.1.0. Next. Disable. Okay, now there is an option under the management to enable the site recovery. See, enable the site recovery. Do you want to enable the site recovery? You can enable during the virtual machine deployment as well if you want, or we can enable later as well. Okay, so this is the first way to enable the site recovery of that particular server. So we'll enable by using the site recovery option. Let's create it. Okay, so the virtual machine is deployed here. Virtual machine we have configured, and now we need to configure the recovery vault. Okay, so make sure your recovery vault needs to be created in a different resource group. If you deploy a recovery vault in a same resource group, okay, so you will not able to configure the site recovery. So now I'm going to create here one more resource group into the destination location. So what is the source? My source is West US2 and my destination is Central US. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to create one recovery vault into the separate resource group into the Central US location. So dr vault under the Central US. Central US. Let's create. Okay, dr-vault created under the Central US, and let's create a one recovery vault. So I'm going to configure under the dr vault, and name will be the dr vault under the Central US. Okay, so we have deployed the virtual machine, and now let's go into the recovery vault which we have created. This is my DR vault. Okay, and under the DR vault, like till date we have discussed only the backup option, and now we are going to discuss the site recovery. So as we discussed into the last class, right, my recovery vault is the responsible for two scenarios, backup and site recovery. So backup we have discussed virtual machine backup, agent backup, SQL backup, storage backup as well. And now we are going to enable the site recovery of my infrastructure. So when you click on site recovery, you will get the again three scenarios. Okay, what is the first scenario? Azure to Azure synchronization, Azure to Azure DR. You can protect your Azure virtual machines for disaster recovery by replicating to another Azure region. Second scenario will be the VMware on premises. You can protect your virtual machines, VMware virtual machines, from on-prem to cloud-prem. Third scenario, you can protect your Hyper-V infrastructure, Hyper-V virtual machine, from on-prem to cloud-prem. So with the VMware, Microsoft is offering a physical server protection as well. Okay, so now I'm going to enable here enable the replication. Now see, you will get the one more difference between three scenarios. Enable replication, but into the second scenario and third scenario, first we need to prepare the infrastructure, where infrastructure preparation at all not required into the Azure to Azure scenario. Why? What is the reason? Because my source and destination on same platform. That's why my source and destination will be on same platform. My source also Azure infrastructure and destination also Azure infrastructure. That's why infrastructure preparation not required. What is infrastructure preparation? We will discuss into the next scenarios during VMware and Hyper-V. So enable the replication now. So I wanted to enable the replication. My source is created into the West US2. My virtual machine is running under which location, which region? West US2. Resource manager is a deployment manager. Subscription is the same subscription. And now source resource group. So my source resource group is the DC. Okay. And disaster recovery between availability zone. We are not going to use any disaster recovery between zones. Okay. Go to next. Now Microsoft is showing only the one server, because now currently only one server is running into the West US2. So I'm going to select that server. Next. So Microsoft is asking the target location. So target location will be the Central US. Okay. So you can customize, you can use a different subscription for the DR purpose. Like you can have two subscription. So one subscription you are using to run your production infrastructure, one subscription you are using to run your DR site. So if you do not have two subscription, you can use a single subscription as well. Okay, so I'm going to use the same subscription for the DR purpose. Now Microsoft is asking to configure or to customize the DR options. So what Microsoft is going to do now, Microsoft is going to create some resources during the DR. Microsoft is going to create a one resource group, name -ASR. Then Microsoft is going to create a one storage account for the caching purpose. Again, Microsoft is going to create a one network as well into the DR location. But in our scenario, already we have created some customized network, and that network we are going to use. Go to the customize. So this is the target resource group. You can have your own resource group as well if you require. And now target network I'm going to select as a DR VNet, because already we have discussed as per the diagram. So when I failover the virtual machine, I should get the IP address from 4.x range. Okay, so that VNet we have created. Web server. So this is the replica of my managed disk. This is the caching storage, okay, which Microsoft is going to create automatically with the LRS option. And now this is a single instance. We are not going to use any availability zone. and let's say OK and enable the replication. So when you enable the replication, Microsoft is going to create those resources, those objects into the DR site. Any question till? Any doubt till? Any doubt? Any question till? Okay, so we'll understand meanwhile how it works in the backend. So when you enable the replication, what Microsoft is doing in the backend, Microsoft is installing the mobility agent on your virtual machine. So by using that mobility agent, your machine is getting replicated into the another region. So if you are using the custom image, okay, so in some scenarios you need to install that mobility agent manually, okay, but mobility agent is required. Without mobility agent, you will not able to replicate your infrastructure from one location to another location. Okay, so now we can check here all the jobs here. Okay, now Microsoft is showing replication policy is successfully created. And now Microsoft is enabling the replication. So first Microsoft will register the server under the site recovery, and once the registration is completed, then Microsoft will start the replication of your web server. See, Microsoft is creating the site now, and you can see the some resources as well. Go to the resource group. See, this is the resource group Microsoft has created under the destination location DC-ASR. Okay, so you can change that resource group as well during the configuration. Okay. So here, and we can enable the replication. Okay, so site is created, protection also is configured, replication policy also is created. So Microsoft has mapped the network as well. Okay, so Microsoft is associating the replication policy, and we can check all the status here as well. Go to the site recovery and go to the replicated items. Okay, so once that complete the registration process, then we can see all the jobs here. Okay, now everything is completed here. Now go to the recovery vault, site recovery, and replicated items. Okay, now it is enabling the protection, okay, on web server. Okay, go to this replicated items. Okay, see now Microsoft is enabling the replication. Okay, and once it is enabled, then Microsoft will replicate all the infrastructure from one location to another location. Okay, so meanwhile, what we'll do, we'll install the IS. Okay, we'll configure the IS on our server. Okay, go to the virtual machine. This is my web server. Web server. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll take a break because it will take some 20-25 minutes to replicate it. Let me refresh once. Okay, so initial replication is in progress. Okay, so we'll take a 20-minute break and then we'll do the pending things. Any question till?
Yogesh, can you just show that MS Paint picture where we have the yes? I just need to see.
You can take a screenshot. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll back in 20 minutes and then we'll continue. Okay. Okay, so now it is showing here 91% synchronized. Okay, so once it is so meanwhile what we'll do, we'll create a one public IP and one network security group for the DR machine, and that public IP and that network security group can be plugged into the automation. Okay, so when you initiate the failure, automatically Microsoft will use that public IP and network security group for the new virtual machine. So let's go into the home and create a one public IP. So this is the public IP, okay, of the source machine. So we'll create a one more public IP, web server -dr IP. Web server -dr public IP. Resource group, which is ASR Central US. And we'll create a one network security group as well. Network security group. It's created. Okay, so we have created two objects, public IP and network security group. So once it is complete, then we can configure the automation. DR vault site recovery. Okay, so still it is showing on 90%, 94%. Okay, so replication is completed and now Microsoft is waiting for the first recovery point. So once it is complete, then we can configure the automation and we need to create a recovery recovery plan as well. Okay, so recovery plan is nothing but it's a combination of it's a complete detail of your source and destination. So once it is complete, then we'll create a one recovery plan, go to the site recovery, and we can have the recovery plan. Go to site replicated items. Okay, now Microsoft is showing your web server is protected and active location is West US and failure health it is showing warning. So why it is showing warning? Because as per the best practices we need to try the test failure. So test failure is nothing but it's a DR drill, right? As per compliance, like we need to have some DR drill on a quarterly basis or yearly basis, right? So we can perform the DR drill. So before that, what we need to do, we need to configure the automation and we need to configure the recovery plan as well. So site recovery, and I'm going to configure the recovery plan. So recovery plan is required for the failback. Okay, so without recovery plan we can have failure, but if you wanted to do the failback, then the recovery plan is required. So this is web server hyphen recovery plan. Recovery plan. So my source is West US 2 and target will be the Central US. Okay, and this is a resource manager deployment model we are using, and select the virtual machine which we have replicated. So we have replicated one virtual machine which is my web server, and create a recovery plan. Okay, now once recovery plan is created, then we need to configure some automation into the replicated items only, because that particular server is going to failure into the Central US, right? So let's go into the web server, and now there is option customize. Go to the computer network, and we can do the customization as per your requirement. Okay, edit. So which virtual machine type you wanted to use during the failure? So here you can change the destination virtual machine sites. So let's take an example, like you are planning to have the failure, okay, or DR drill of your existing infrastructure, and into the existing infrastructure you are using very huge virtual machines. Let's say you are using D series, E series, okay, but for the trial purpose, for the failure purpose, you can have some different type of virtual machines as well. Okay, now virtual network. So which network you wanted to use during the failure? So I wanted to use the DR-VNet. Okay, so this is for test failure and this is for the actual failure. So DR-VNet. Now let's go into the network interface, and under network interface we can have a complete automation. So when you perform the test failure, like which public IP you wanted to attach to the virtual machine. So I wanted to attach web server -rd, okay, hyphen PIP, public IP. So the same public IP I wanted to use during the actual failure as well. So there are two scenarios, test failure and actual failure. So which network security group you wanted to use, which we have created. So web server -dr, web server -dr -nhg. So that particular network security group I wanted to use. Say OK and save. So we have created network security group, but we have not configured it, right? So we'll configure here RDP and HTTP access inbound. So RDP access 3389 and RDP port, and add one more port, which is HTTP. HTTP add. Okay, let's try to re-add HTTP. Okay, and now we can try the failure. Okay, test failure. So when you perform the test failure, okay, just refresh here, and now there are multiple options. Okay, so there is option, okay, to the test failure. So when you perform the test failure, so Microsoft will not touch to your production server, and with the same time Microsoft will deploy one more virtual machine into the DR location, okay, for only the testing purpose, whether that virtual machine is generating or not. Okay, so the test failure. Okay, so from West US to Central US and latest RPO, which is my latest recovery point, okay, which we have. Say okay, and now we can see here one more virtual machine with the same name -test, because this is a test failure we are performing. And during this virtual machine deployment, Microsoft will use a public IP and network security group, which we have created and which we have attached into the options. See, this is a one more virtual machine, web server -test, and which is also running, but that virtual machine Microsoft has deployed under the DC-ASR, because that particular resource group we have configured during the ASR configuration. Okay, now what you can do, you can try to log in into the machine. Let's go into the machine there is a public IP, and we have configured the network security group as well into the automation, and we can log in into the machine and we can test the application. But Microsoft will not impact on your production server, which is running into your West US 2. Let's go into the same options, refresh here, and now it is showing your job is healthy, your web server is healthy, which is configured into the site recovery. Now Microsoft is asking to clean up the test failure. So without cleanup, you cannot use the other options. Okay, so let's clean up the test failure. So when you clean up, at that time, Microsoft will delete the virtual machine from the central US. So this is only a testing, okay, whether your virtual machine is spinning or not, okay, during the failure. Yes, testing is completed, say okay. And now Microsoft will delete that machine. Let's refresh. See, now there is no virtual machine and my server is running. Okay, now let's go into the next option. Refresh here, and now there is an option to the actual failure. Okay, so we can perform the actual failure now. So refresh once. Site recovery or replicated items. Okay, and now we can do the actual failure. So so again there are two scenarios. You can have a manual failure or you can have some automated failure as well. So if you wanted to configure the automated failure, then you need to write some script. You need to have some automation account. There is one more feature, one more service from Microsoft, which is automation account. And into the automation account, you need to configure the automation script. So this is the failure. Okay. So now you are going to failure from West US to Central US. So it should use the latest RPO, latest recovery point. And now during the actual failure, what Microsoft is asking, shut down the machine, okay, before failure. So your production machine will get shut down, okay, means this is the impact now, okay. So why you are going to do the failure? Because your primary site is not running, that's why, okay, say okay. Now what Microsoft will do, Microsoft will shut down the web server which is running into the West US 2, and again it will generate the same virtual machine with the same name. Okay, now during the actual failure, Microsoft will not use any hyphen test. Okay, with the name. Any question, any doubt till?
But then IP will get changed. No?
Yes. IP will get changed. So you need to do some DNS entries. You need to recreate a DNS entries to run the application. Because as per the diagram we have discussed into the diagram, my Active Directory is getting synchronized here, right? So once you fail over the infrastructure, you need to recreate the entries here, and then your application can run. See, now web server is showing here stopped. Okay, and now VMware will Microsoft will spin up the virtual machine into the central US. So what we'll do, we'll do some changes into the server, and we'll try to fill back, okay, again into from central US to west US. Okay, see now this is a one more virtual machine, web server with the same name running under the DC-ASR. Okay, so let's log in into the machine. It's the public IP, and this is my private IP address. Admin 100 password, and we can cross check the our web page as well. See, this is the public IP. Let's try to hit. See, the web page is accessible, okay, from outside. So now we are logged in into the server, and that particular server is running into the my central US. Okay, so let's go into the same options now and understand the other options as well. So now Microsoft is showing here two options: change recovery point and commit and reprotect. Okay, so what is change recovery point? So change recovery point we can use if you wanted to change the recovery point. So let's take an example, like during the DR configuration, we have configured the 15 minutes. Means every 15 minutes my primary server is getting replicated into the secondary server. So if you selected some old or some wrong recovery point during the failure, So in that scenario, there is option to change the recovery point. Okay, but once you commit, okay, you cannot change the recovery point. Once you commit, okay, you cannot change the recovery point. Okay, so we are not going to change any recovery point here. We are going to do the commit. Okay, now there is a one more option, reprotect. So reprotect is nothing but you can enable the replication of that particular virtual machine into the another region. Okay, so you have migrated. See, let's go into the diagram. So this is the web server. That web server you have failed over from primary to secondary. So this is the secondary virtual machine. So secondary virtual machine can be replicated back into the original location, or that virtual machine can be replicated into the third region as well. It's completely depend on your requirement to requirement. So any question till any doubt here?
So for reprotect option, Yogesh, do we get to choose the next DR location like we did in?
Yes. Next DR location. See, or this is the reverse one. West US to Central US. Okay, it will take some. Yeah, it will take some time to show here because we have configured West US to Central US, right? So it should show here Central US to West US too, right?
Okay.
Just give me 2 minutes, okay? It should show here a reverse replication now. Okay. Wait. Okay, it will show. So what we'll do first, we'll commit the settings here, okay, and then we'll try to reprotect. See, are you sure you want to commit the virtual machine? Once you commit, you cannot change the recovery point of the virtual machine. So say okay. And then we can resynchronize it once you commit it.
Commit means the point till where it can be recovered, right?
Yes. The commit is nothing but now you cannot change the recovery point. So during the recovery, okay, if you have selected some older recovery point, so there is no option to change the recovery point now because you have committed the same recovery point.
So is it mandatory to set the commit point or?
Yes, it's some. See, if you are doing a test DR, then it is not mandatory. But if you are acting on an actual DR, okay, if you are performing actual DR, then commitment is required. Now there is a one more scenario I wanted to highlight here. Let's take an example. You have deployed a complete infrastructure in Central US. Okay, so this is a one more scenario. You have deployed each and everything. You have configured the application, and your infrastructure is running. And suddenly your management is saying, no, I don't want to run my infrastructure in Central US. So all the infrastructure needs to be migrated into the different region. So in such scenario as well, you can do the failure into the required location and you can stop the replication. So if you ask me, can we have that direct option to migrate the virtual machine from one region to another region? There is no direct option. You need to use a site recovery manager, and via site recovery manager, you need to replicate the complete infrastructure. You need to take the downtime, and during the downtime, you need to do the cutover. So cutover का मतलब क्या है? You are going to stop the virtual machine from primary location, and you are going to start the business from the DR location, from the new location. So this is a one more scenario.
But how will it work in case of a DR drill we perform?
No, into the DR. See, there are two scenarios. जो आपका first scenario है, into the first scenario, my primary location is West US and secondary location will be the West. Secondary will be the Central US. Okay. Once my DR drill is completed, I need to resynchronize it, and all the infrastructure is getting resync with my primary location. This is the first scenario. Now, second scenario is I don't want to run my infrastructure in West US. I wanted to migrate a complete infrastructure into the Central US. I wanted to shut down my data center which is created into the West US. This is the one more scenario.
No, just
Okay.
the companies perform DR drill. DR
Right.
drill, they just want to see that okay, whatever is at the DR site, it is working
Yes.
or not.
Yes.
Server up, and whatever application they move, like they bring down the internet link at the primary
Yes.
site, and
Yes.
whatever is at the DR should work from DR.
Right. Right.
Such a case, like we have Central US, West US, or whatever Central US, West US. So in such a case, this is the options where you are completely down, or the production is impacted, and we are moving to site recovery,
Right.
where you want to bring that applications up from there or run from there or whatever it is.
Right.
Now, like as you are aware that we do DR drills. So in such a case,
Yes.
such options, whether in Azure, like okay, now one night DR drill is there.
Yes.
Everything would be switched over to DR, and you
Yes.
start your applications working from there. In
Yes.
such case, can we use this option, or there is some other
Yes,
in
we
Azure?
can. No, no, no. We can use the same option. Now, in our scenario, we have performed the DR drill. Okay. Now I have logged in into the DR server. Okay. And now I'm going to make some changes into the server. Let me copy some data here. Okay. So this is the server, and the server is running from the DR. Okay. This is the server, and the server is running from the DR. And now I wanted to fail back. Okay, because my server is running into the DR location. We can see here. Go to the virtual machines, refresh. So the server which is created into the West US2, which is showing stopped, right? And my server is running into the Central US, which is my DR location. Okay. Now go to the options, and now there is option to reprotect. So when you reprotect, so it will start the reverse synchronization. Okay, so it will take some time to replicate here. So it should show here Central US2 West US2. Now it is showing a old one only, West US2 to Central US. Okay, now we need Central US2 West US2. Okay, so let's wait 2 to 3 minutes. Let me refresh once. Sorry, not delete. Okay, go to the refresh. And same option we can try from the recovery point as well, recovery plan as well. Let me try from the recovery plan. Reprotect. Okay, now we are going to reprotect it. See, target resource group, which is my older one, DC. Target virtual network will be the old one, which is DC-VNet. Okay, so say okay. So this is the reprotect now. So once you configure the reprotect, then you need to do the failover again from Central US to West US to. So this is the reverse replication will start now.
Sir, after that protect, reverse replication will be start, no? Hello. Okay, sir. Hello.
Reprotection is completed now. Now go to the home, virtual machines, refresh. Okay, so still my machine is running into the DR only. Okay, but it is getting replicated into the my DC location, which is in West US2. Okay, now go to the recovery vault. Go to the site recovery. And now we need to do the failure. Okay, so synchronization is started now. Okay, so once synchronization is completed, then we can perform those options. Okay, so we need to wait some time. It will synchronize it. Okay, so we have made some changes as well into the DR server. So any question, any doubt till? It will take 5 to 10 minutes to synchronize it. Any question till? Any doubt?
Yogesh. Hello.
Yes.
Yogesh, so reprotect does not mean that DC becomes DR and DR becomes DC.
No.
No.
Reprotect means you're replicating. Yeah. You're reprotecting the virtual machine from DR to your primary location.
Okay.
Okay, because see, you have tried DR drill, right? You have done the failure. Now your complete infrastructure is running here. Your infrastructure is running into the central US. Okay, and now you're trying to fail back from central US to west US.
West US. Okay.
Okay. So what people are using as a best practices, once they migrated the virtual, not migrated, once they done the failure, at that time only they are starting the reprotection. Means meanwhile it will complete the reprotection from your DR location to DC location, and then they can do the failure. Failback. So you will not get as option as a failback. You need to do the failure only, but failure from DR location to DC location.
Okay. Yogesh, so once this reprotect has been successfully completed, we'll go to DC web server virtual machine, and we'll be able to see the new folders that you have created. Correct?
Yes.
That is the only part remaining over here. Okay.
Yes. So those folders, okay,
Correct.
we should see into the waste US server, okay.
Yes. Okay.
And after failing over from DR to DC location,
Mhm.
that server we will not be able to see that server here, okay.
Okay.
Microsoft will delete the server from the list,
Achha.
okay.
हाँ.
So Microsoft will stop the server into the central US. Microsoft will start the server with the latest data, okay,
हाँ, हाँ.
and then we can see only the single server here.
Service running. Okay.
Yes. So next week we'll try to cover the VMware DR, okay, VMware DR and DR, okay, and after that we'll try to cover Hyper-V, okay. So I will club my other batch as well for the VMware to Azure DR, okay. So tomorrow we do not have class, so next week we'll discuss the VMware to Azure DR.
Okay. No problem.
You need to try those labs multiple times, then you will get the confidence, okay, to clear the interview, because in interview people are asking only the scenario based questions.
Mm-hmm. So in the interview, they will not ask us to, sit in front of the PC and, navigate us. How do we create a so and so virtual machine network?
No.
Only the
Just,
theoretical and the
yeah,
understanding
only
that
the
we have.
theory, understanding, and scenario.
Okay. Perfect. क्योंकि सर अपने पास इतना डेटा नहीं है, तभी इतना टाइम लगता है क्या?
नहीं, डेटा नहीं है, बट दिस इज द न्यू रेप्लिकेशन, राइट? यहाँ पे डेटा नहीं है. आई एग्री, बट इट विल ट्राई टू रेप्लिकेट अ कंप्लीट डेटा फर्स्ट, बिकॉज दिस इज हाँ, क्योंकि ये फर्स्ट टाइम हो रहा है ना, इसलिए.
अच्छा.
हाँ, इसीलिए सी बेस्ड प्रैक्टिस क्या है कि जब आपने फेलियर किया, सो व्हाट वी आर फॉलोइंग इनटू द प्रोडक्शन, जब हम डीआर ड्रिल करते हैं ना, सो डीआर ड्रिल करने के बाद इमीडिएटली या वी आर इनेबलिंग द रीप्रोटेक्शन.
रिप्रोटेक्ट. हाँ.
हाँ, तो उससे क्या होता है कि ड्यूरिंग द डीआर ड्रिल टेस्टिंग, जो एप्लीकेशन टीम क्या करती है, सारा टेस्ट करते हैं एप्लीकेशन डेटा, तो तब तक वो पूरा रेप्लिकेट हो जाता है.
करेक्ट.
हाँ, तो वो वहां पे उतना टाइम नहीं लगता है.
करेक्ट. हाँ.
यहाँ पे मुझे आपको 1 by 1 सारे ऑप्शन डिटेक्ट करने थे, इसलिए फिर मैंने वो रिप्रोडक्शन नहीं किया पहले.
अच्छा.
एंड अगेन दैट सिंक्रोनाइजेशन इज कंप्लीटली डिपेंड ऑन बैकएंड लिंक. ओके, जो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट का जो बैकएंड डेटा सेंटर्स का लिंक्स है, राइट, फ्रॉम वन रीजन टू अनदर रीजन, इट डिपेंड्स ऑन दैट नेटवर्क लिंक एज वेल.
Okay.
But there is no SLA. Okay, there is no SLA for the backup. There is no SLA for the ASR synchronization. Okay. So Microsoft is clearly mentioning there is no SLA for two synchronization. Okay. It will take, or it will happen as per the current utilization of their network bandwidths.
Okay.
Yeah. इफ यू रिमेंबर लास्ट वीक जो हमने बैकअप का एक ट्राई किया था, वर्चुअल मशीन बैकअप, सो वी हैड 127 GB वर्चुअल मशीन, राइट, डिफॉल्ट वर्चुअल मशीन. सो 127 GB के वर्चुअल मशीन का बैकअप होने के लिए अराउंड 1 घंटा 20 मिनट लगा था, राइट. सो एक्चुअल इतना नहीं लगना चाहिए.
अच्छा.
हाँ, but this is the way, okay, because we also tried multiple things with the Microsoft, okay, like how we can increase the speed for the backups. Okay. So Microsoft was saying that there is no SLA from Microsoft side, and that's why we are using a third party products for the backup.
Okay.
हाँ, तो हम बैकअप के लिए माइक्रोसॉफ्ट का प्रोडक्ट यूज नहीं करते, क्योंकि कभी कभी क्या होता है कि जब आपके पास बड़े सर्वर है, लेट्स सी SAP के सर्वर से हाना, कि जिसकी साइज 1 TB है, राइट, 2 TB 3 TB, राइट. सो इन सच सिनेरियोस तो वो कभी बैकअप खत्म ही नहीं होगा VMs का, एंड इट विल गेट ओवरलैप, राइट. सो आज का बैकअप कल होगा, कल का बैकअप परसों होगा. हाँ, सो दैट्स व्हाई देयर आर मल्टीपल सॉल्यूशंस आर अवेलेबल, and they are claiming like 1 TB 2 TB you can recover into the 10 minutes or 15 minutes. yes. तो ऐसे बहुत सारे बैकअप एप्लीकेशंस है. ओके, सो यू कैन यूज इट. yes. We'll back in 10 minutes. Okay, so till time it will happen.